And it's that time again. Minecraft time. I know we closed out kind of abruptly yesterday, but things came up. Things of that nature happen. I was going to make a devil's tongue charm. We don't have a skull. Still waiting on the skull. I'll have to farm some skulls somehow. Not really sure how I plan to do that. I think if I use the Arthana here as my primary weapon, there's a chance that I might get more particular drops from it, like a skeleton skull. Then again, maybe I'm making that up. We'll have to see. I don't need two bunches of swim boost in here. The spare ones can go in my apparent potion cabinet. Well, we have farming to do, but somewhat more than the farming. I need to find a way to extend this power cable, I guess, down, and make somewhere for my new hobgoblin friends to get to work. And I guess we're going to do that by placing a target map marker coming down to this level and then going for that target. There it is. Perfect. Now, this little escapade is going to need a lot of space cleared, a couple of machines, and of course, a power cable extended straight down. Oops. So the plan is to set up an area where the hobgoblins can mine stone. Mining stone, also mining ores, but stone as well. They have a chance of collecting cobaltite. And honestly, maybe I should just make them do ores instead, since that works, and I won't have to re-smelt them into stone, which will save us the power cable. No, I think we do stone. Using stone rather than ores will slow production, but it also means I can create a theoretically infinite amount and not have to worry about feeding in enough ores to feed the system. So we're sticking with this strategy, we're sticking with the power cable. Let me fill that in. So what we intend to do here is something I've done before. I need to make another mostly wooden cell like this one underground. So because the hobgoblins can't dig wood. And then we use various machines to place stone blocks. So they can mine the stone blocks, automatically collect the stone blocks, and then the resulting cobblestone will be smelted back into stone and fed back into the system. So we have one of these to make the infinite cobblestone that we need. Then again, maybe I won't need one of these. Depending on how much cobblestone we have. 135 stacks? I see no need to produce more. There are, however, some machines we will need. Specifically the... does it even exist? I need something that can place blocks. I think the autonomous activator can do that. I seem to remember using it for that purpose. This would require a lot of these, but they're fairly cheap. Is there another option for placing blocks en masse in specific formations? Maybe Mine Factory has something. Block Breaker is the opposite of what we want. Ejector is not correct. Block Placer. And it costs power to use, which the autonomous activator wouldn't. I don't think I want to use a more expensive machine that I don't know how it works. What is this? A 4-bucket sub-tank. Okay. What we're going to do is start by building one of these and see if it's the machine I need. I'm very concerned about it requiring a gold coil, but I don't remember it using... It does more than a tooltip can explain. I don't remember it using power. Also, wasn't there a machine I could use to create gears, or does that not exist yet? That doesn't exist yet. Future versions have like a die press that you can use to just stamp gears. Saves on iron. So, piston, gold coil, 2 tin ingots, and what else? I think a chest. Yes. I know there were more chests in there, but I just chose to make one anyway. Okay. What do you do? A lot of things that make no sense and requires power. Requires power to operate. Augments, disables, configs. I'm not sneaking. Right click, item use. So what if I put this here and give it a little bit of charge, which I don't happen to have any battery charge just kicking around. So for testing purposes, we'll put you here and give you blocks. It places blocks. Well, that's all I needed to do. It seems to consume 20 RF a tick, even if it's currently doing nothing, because it's blocked. I don't know. Maybe the block placer is the better option. Because the block placer consumes 10 per work. Alright, looks like we're testing that one too. Which is going to require more plastic sheeting. I really don't like the cost though. It's the gold coil as well. A whole machine frame and 3 dispensers. You know what though? I was wondering what I was going to use all these bows for. More tin and iron. I'm going to have to do something about our tin and iron stock before this is over. And the gold reception coil. Gives us a block placer. And we're just putting power into it passively because I have my battery auto-charging and it's in my hand. So if we just throw this on the ground, well, first of all, it places facing away instead of facing towards me. It doesn't consume power if it's not actively doing anything. And if I give it blocks, it places them. Which does, apparently, faster than the autonomous activator. And with no power loss. Because it's only placing the blocks when it needs to. Good. That is exactly what I need then. We're going to need more of these. A lot more. That's niter. Need more plastic sheets to make the block placers. We're going to need more bows. Do I have the string? I have string. But I can't really do very much with these until I know how many of them we need. And that's going to be a little bit of an adventure. We're going to need item ducts. We're going to need power cables. Considering this has such a low power draw, well, I'll still need to consider that. The easiest thing to do would be, what are they called? Do they even exist yet? I need something that can transfer redstone flux and items at the same time. It should exist. I think it's signalum plated. Flux plated fluid duct. Close. Item duct. Impulse item duct. Dense impulse. Vacuum. Dense impulse. Warp. Fluctuating item duct. This is what we're looking for. They are power cables and item pipes simultaneously. So, how are they made? Item duct and apply destabilized redstone. Okay. That could be worse. I can work with that. What else will we need for this? There's going to be a lot of cobblestone floating around. There needs to be a chest for the hobgoblins to put the cobblestone in, ducts to pull cobblestone out of that chest, redstone furnaces to smelt that cobblestone back into stone and put it back in the system. And I'm going to need at least 3 item buffers. 1 for cobble, 1 for cooked stone, and 1 for the koboldite that we're collecting. So those are our buffer drawers. I really should have brought down the wrench in case we need it. So the big thing here is that we just need a lot of space. I'm not even sure how much space. So I'm just going to carve an arbitrary amount of space, and we'll figure out how much we need, and then make it smaller afterwards. At minimum, I need somewhere to store the output and the buffers, and I need a 5x5 for the labor camp itself. So let's say that this is our output. This is where the koboldite will be going. Then over here, near where we have the power cables, I'm going to need a cobblestone input and a stone output. With furnaces in the middle. Probably like that. And then with... I mean, this is going to be a wall with pipes behind it. We'll need some walkable space here. About that much, I think. And then our actual hobgoblin labor camp can go here. And this needs to be a 7 by... Yeah, a 7x7 cut. So I have room for a 5x5 interior and the walls. And the whole labor area is going to be a birchwood box, so they can't mine out of it. Since you give a hobgoblin a pickaxe and he digs stone, that's what he does. And not just stone, anything a pickaxe can destroy. If we let them, they will also destroy the autonomous activators themselves, which would not be ideal. And look at all these resources we're just tripping over. I'm not trying to mine. I don't need all this stuff right now. But here we are, collecting coal to sell to the villager in the dream world. More copper, too. You know, if it was tin, I'd be more glad. Because we're going to need a lot of tin to make the, wait, no, never mind. Tin was for autonomous activators, which we're not using anymore. Okay, so this needs a 7x7 floor. I think I need an extra row, an extra row or two of assurance as well. So let's just go out to 9x9. I don't know why I'm breaking that. We'll need it anyway. Because in addition to the 5x5 internal space, I'm going to need space outside for various types of machinery. So 7, 8, 9 should be sufficient. We'll probably need more, but this is a start. And the idea is just a vague set of guidelines in my head. I don't have a working blueprint or anything concrete like that. It's just an ideal composed of a few components that I know this setup is going to need. And the last time I built anything of this nature, I did so in a very inefficient fashion. Because I was able to exploit a natural cave. So I just built what I needed to build using pretty much all of the space I had available. In this case, we are making the space available. So I need to be a bit more conservative with how I plan my dimensions. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and the fifth space should be the center. Good. Give a little marker as the center. Then we have these corners are the corners of the walls. And they'll have to be solid corners no matter what we do. In the center here, we need to serve several purposes. One of them is a fence post, so we can connect the leads that all the hobgoblins are attached to. And one of them is either a chest for them to put the stone in, or some other means of item vacuum. I don't think the item allocator is what we need, and what I'm thinking about that we could use from thermal doesn't exist yet. So let's consider the obsidian transport pipe. That won't really work either, because I can't get an engine on it, not easily. And it's considered a stone-type block, so our hobgoblins will merrily destroy it. I think to save on resources a bit, the back walls will just be walls. Nothing special going on there. So what I'm going to need here is 10 block placers, 5 for each space. Behind the block placers will be wooden barriers, so our little friends don't try to escape. And I need these block placers. Oh, I didn't think of that. Can the block placers point downwards? No, it can only spin in place. That's a problem, because the block placer itself is considered a stone oid block, and will be mined. Our puzzle troubles continue. I may have another potential solution. But it all hinges on a question of Minecraft's current version. Can a piston move obsidian? That would be a no. Okay, we can work with this. It'll be weird, but doable. So that's 10 block placers, 10 pistons. And 10 obsidian. We'll switch over all the rubber bars, so they are now making plastic. This Vintium ore will need to be processed eventually. Need more birch. And some way to get a redstone clock signal. None of this helps. Am I going to have to build a manual redstone clock? Well, what can we do with redstone? Shaded glass, whatever that is, that's never explained. Tank parts, microcrafts, B components, engines. This'll take a while. Redstone is useful stuff. Maybe I should be asking what I can do with a clock. Electronic library. Something Buildcraft. Buildcraft laser etching. I've actually used that once or twice in the past. Ejector. Not what we're after. Upgrade cards. RedNet cable. I think this works as basically redstone wiring. I don't remember, though. I hesitate to say this could be helpful. RedNet controllers. If you're lost, read the in-game manual. I don't remember there being one. Logic cards for the RedNet system. Still not much indication of how RedNet works or what it even is. Forge Lexicon. I actually kind of missed this. This is a book that allows you to turn one type of copper into another type of copper, for example. So you can unify multiple ores from multiple different mods. Flux Transfuser. Just pumps RF into and out of things. Fluivac. A powered vacuum. So far, still nothing that can create a redstone timer effect. Unless the RedNet controller can do something to that effect, which would be something new to explore and play around with. It's looking like it could be our only option at the moment. RedNet. I mean, it said read the in-game manual, and I'm not seeing one. This is the closest thing. Alright, book, plastic, redstone. Let's see what this does. We have enough of all of the above to be perfectly fine if this turns out to be a waste. Ah, programmable RedNet controller. I/O points, circuits, expandable with cards. Circuits have inputs and outputs. It can use constants, so it's some kind of programmable computer. And it somehow interfaces with a clock cycle. And it can be used to create gates, or timer. Set circuit 2 to wave, set the input to constant 40. The lamp will blink. Alright, square wave generator, alternating redstone signal. That's pretty much what we need. And RedNet cabling can power a Minecraft lamp, so that means it can power Minecraft anything. Alright, things begin to take shape. Because our block placer can mysteriously only face horizontally, I'm going to allow it to place blocks horizontally, and then use a piston to shove those blocks down. And this row of obsidian, which I've just placed in the wrong location, this row of obsidian will prevent those blocks from being pushed further down than I want them to. So we have an obsidian reinforced birchwood floor. We have block placers that will basically go, and that's backwards. That's fine. We'll spin it. Block placers that place their blocks here, and then pistons above that will shove the blocks down a space. And that will put stone in these 10 slots for the hobgoblins to work on. This is going to end up being a very crude and scuffed system. But this is how the Koboldite is farmed. So this is how we get the programmable RedNet. We first make the housing, then we augment it with components to make the actual controller, and then we have a computer available. This is a whole lot of work for something that could theoretically be accomplished with two redstone repeaters. But I am open to playing around with some new things. I've never really gotten the opportunity to use a whole lot of the weirder things in Mine Factory Reloaded. So it's time to learn some new systems. There's the housing, which we upgrade with 2 lapis, diamond, gold, and 2 redstone. Here it is. Now what can you do? Well, you are a big open computer space. Well then. I wanted wave square timer. Constant 2. I don't know what any of this means. We need to know more things. So, example, each IO point is indicated by a color from white to black. Each face can be connected to up to 16 points. The front face cannot be connected. Pins, circuit input, circuit type, output, and circuit selection. Change the thing. Pins are connected, buffer and pin number. Memory. Okay, how does the timer set circuit 2 to wave, input to constant 40, output to south, white. Why does it want to be 40? Down, up, right, left, back, front. Well, south isn't even an option. But if we set it to 40, square, input, output, up, white, and make it go, in theory, I could put something there and it would activate. So let's see. No. Perhaps it needs to be connected with red net cable specifically. I'm willing to test that too. Whoa! Okay. So what if we turn this down? It gets faster. So this constant is the speed. Speed, timer, output. It's not pretty, but I can work with this. There's the 10 pistons. Now for the 10 block placers, which is going to be 30 dispensers. I better go have a word with my sheep to get some more string. What the? Don't kill my sheep. How dare you harass my animals? Okay, more wool into the pulverizer, makes string. I mean, 30 dispensers is 30 bows, which is 90 string. No small thing. String and sticks and bows, and it's gonna get a little ridiculous. Good news, we have 90 string. I don't need the whole 90, but I should have the whole 90 and change on hand in case I make a miscalculation somewhere. Bow. Now the worst thing I could do here is accidentally shift click or right click and make droppers instead of dispensers. the block placer is made with a dispenser. So a dispenser it has to be. This takes more cobblestone than I thought it would. There's another one, and another one. We have 11. Time for more bow. Another major mistake would be to simply make a surplus of bows. Because it's not like I'm counting. I'm just shift-clicking and smashing out as many bows as we can get. I think I've reached a threshold where it's time to be careful. We have 22. So I only need 8 more. Not to be confused with 10. 9, 8. Now, boom. For 9, 30. And that's... oh, we need... wait. I don't need 30. I need 27. Because we already have one. Oh well. I still need 9 machine frames. Which is an unpleasantly large number of a microcrafting component. But there we go. I don't amass resources for nothing. 9 reception coils. And we may be able to make, if we have the plastic sheets. We do. I overdid it on plastic sheets. There are worse things to have overdone. So we have our block placers, and we have our pistons. So the idea here can begin to take shape. I just hope my idiot goblins don't destroy any blocks they're not supposed to. But that's not up to me, and there's no way we'll be able to check for that until we activate this thing and get it fully built. Also need headroom to place the redstone cabling to make the pistons run. And yeah, this is constant 20 up. So I should just be able to take this cable and they move as one. I think it needs to be slower. It would also be nice if it was less loud, but that's not something I can control. Is that something we'll have to listen to everywhere? Pretty much. Yeah, that's going to be a constant noise. So, what's next? Well, for one thing, we didn't place enough cables. That's the idea. This should be fine. I'm pretty sure hobgoblins are only one block tall. Gotta make sure everything is well lit. Okay, next phase. Getting power to the block placers and items at the same time. As part of that phase, we need at least one redstone furnace. Kinda surprised I haven't made a spare by now. Get some more iron. Iron reserves are looking a little low. For some definitions of low. Let's just get some more iron cooked up. Be safe about it. Alright. The redstone furnace is also copper gears. Don't need the spare rednet cable. And I wasn't ready for all the bricks to be done yet. I mean, I'm ready for the bricks to be done, they just aren't. There we go. Do I want a reinforced servo or do I want a bigger one? I think the reinforced will do. Then we need item ducts. Probably another servo at the signalum level. Iron nuggets, I believe. Or is it even still for signalum? Yes. And there's still more that I'm going to need. Though, maybe not. Do I really not have a single wooden fence post in here? Can we just for now? I'm not ready for all the noise yet. Just shut that off for now. All these furnaces will be input left, output right. And the reinforced... Should it be reinforced? Should it be signalum? It should be reinforced. Reinforced will round robin in 32 increments. That's fine. Hit it. And it'll just keep these furnaces full. The furnaces should then automatically output their stone over here. This is how we keep the stone supply running. Next thing we need. A minimum of 10 item ducts that have been exposed to liquid redstone, which means 20 liquid redstone, or 20 redstone to be melted. Flux plate those item ducts. I'm going to need more flux ducts. How many more? It doesn't really matter. It's just something we always need a supply of on hand. And I can't do math. Wait. I really can't do math. What's wrong here? It melts to 100. And these infuse at 200. Oh. The problem is that I put 20 in there and I only need 10. That was almost a costly mistake. Let's just fill the rest of those. And what else can we prepare here? Well, the fluctuating item ducts will go on top of these. They are item and power cables both. The item cables need to be connected together, and so do the power cables. The power cables being the more expensive of the two, we will do that more directly. Oh look, even more iron, hiding in my ceilings and whatnot. So there's the power connection. The item connection can go around it. And then it needs to hook up here. That's not good. I mean, it kind of is, but at the same time, it kind of isn't. I'll just do it this way. And then we have a signal and extractor here, which will do stacks of 16, round robin. And just go. And that feeds out stone from here into all of our block placers, which should begin placing stone. Good. And with that part of it working, I can replace this cable and it will be less noisy. If I can get an eye on there. Yep. So it pushes the stone down a rank to where the hobgoblins will mine it. A second block is placed, and the pistons are jammed and cannot move. So now I have an infinitely refilling amount of stone. I just have to hope these furnaces are fast enough to keep everything fed on this end. And they should be, honestly. I don't see a problem with that arm of it. Now I need an output chest with pipes connected to it. And I have to hope that they don't destroy these item pipes. I also need the fence post that we'll be connecting their leads to. And the item pipe we'll be getting 2 things out of this, maybe more. Let me just grab a whole bunch of cobblestone to put down here to seed the system with. There, just have all that cobble. We can also remove the target marker. Don't need it anymore. Might need some more item ducts. In fact, likely will. Item ducts were tin and lead, I believe? Just so, tin and lead. That may be too much lead. We'll see. Oop, it was not too much lead. So I have one servo, a series of pipes. Let me also make a double chest. I think this is how it's going to work. This is going to be a dreadfully inefficient pipe. This is simply how we're going to do it. Oh no, this has to go deeper. I cannot have this pipe be on the same level as the floor. At least not in the Hobgoblin area itself. I can't risk them breaking the pipe. Okay, so we have our signal and servo set to nearest first. Send everything as fast as possible. And nearest first is going to be the important consideration here. Because nearest first means that the first valid inventory this pipe encounters is this locked drawer that only accepts cobble. When this inventory fails to accept cobble, the next destination will be this one here for our Cobaltite, and the final destination will, I guess, be this chest. For anything that happens to overflow into the system. That's not the spell I wanted. So that's the nearest first. And these pipes can just go ahead and be exposed. It's ugly, but it's fine. There's the Cobaltite deposit. And it's not actually fine to be ugly here. I want a single block I can walk on. Which means I now need more. I don't. I can just make this less stupid. There. Now I just have to seal all this up with a way for myself to enter the area and deliver our soon-to-be labor force. because we can't have these guys escaping. And doing something goofy, like mining this back wall. So I think there's going to have to be a service access way here with ladders. That should do. Now I should just need to collect all of our new friends. Put that key away, put this wrench away. The birchwood is good. The birchwood gets us more sticks, which gets us more ladders. We just need more sticks anyway. Always sticks. Ah, but there's the ladders. Another thing. Leads. A lot of them. Because that is how the hobgoblins work. Being on a lead tells them they need to be working. Now let's go collect our new labor force and see if the whole design works. You're buying wool. Interesting. You're selling an iron hoe. That makes you useless. You are selling bread. That makes you useless. Do we have a third volunteer? You are selling iron picks. Useless. These guys will repopulate, which means over time we'll be able to further expand the labor force. Our 3 starting workers will require 2 pickaxes, which I think will have to be iron. Rubber sticks. Again. No, wait. 4 sticks is exactly enough. And the third guy doesn't get a pickaxe because he's not in here to mine. He's in here to gather. His job is to collect the mining spoils and put them in the chest. So, lead hobgoblin. You are here. You are on a leash. We're tying you to that. We repeat with all 3 of them. You, tie to the post. And then 2 of you guys get pickaxes. There we go. They are now forlornly collecting stone. And this guy is supposed to put the stone in the chest, which I think he actually may be doing. So apart from the very slight suffocation problem, this seems to be working adequately. Alright, the work begins. Unfortunately, they are not smart enough to stay out of the stone. Get out of the stone. Get out of the stone, you fool. I see our workers are exceedingly stupid. And now dead. The Gatherer is mostly dead as well. For this, we have collected functionally nothing. I could add another step, maybe. If we also have pistons shove them in this direction, that could solve the suffocation problem. Maybe. But that's adding additional risk. Well, our workforce consists of a bunch of idiots. I've managed to kill them all. This is somewhat less than ideal. Also, the leads that they were wearing have been destroyed. And the pickaxes that they were carrying have been destroyed. This is going to be terrible. I really thought I could automate that. Turns out no. I guess we will be intermittently throwing laborers back into the gulag to get crushed by stone. Oh well. That little bit of inhumanity aside, and the dreadful working conditions we put our workers under, I have more farming to do. So we'll just go back to minding our own business until the goblins develop some kind of witch-based OSHA. Now this wormwood advancing I am particularly interested in. Wrong floor. No improvement. 3 points. Total opposites of one another. All my Feraniums to stop becoming weeds. It'd be nice. Wrong floor again. One day I will stop doing that. But that is not this day. I am full up on all these dyes and the Wolfsbane. So that can all get destroyed right off the top. One point of strength, or 1 point that is not strength. Poppy seeds. No improvement. 3 points. Pink tulips, 7, 9, 10. No improvement. 8, 10, 10. And finally the allium at 6, 8, 10. No improvement. 7, 9, 10. The plants are giving me a hard time. And still sprouting weeds. Is it too much to ask for free dye of every color? And bonus iron. And redstone plants in my own backyard. Apparently these are very valuable commodities that I should not be taking for granted. Skeleton. There's a skeleton in my dark farm. Hate it. Hate when that happens. Now I'm gonna have to go in there and get him. Though, seriously, when I can grow wormwood like that, why am I bothering with the AgriCraft version? Let me just plant one in every corner space so it doesn't block too much of my vision. That way it can also be a marker for where the corner spaces are. And this way we'll have enough. And all should be well on the wormwood front. I'm also throwing another bottle over here at the vine drakes, which look like they're having a good time. Oof. I don't have the hoe on me. But that field is definitely more full than it was before. I got wormwood seeds, which I should probably maintain a stock of. Extra wormwood seeds, which are most certainly extra in every sense of the word. And if my plants would stop trying to turn into weeds. 10 strength, by the way. It should not do that. But it was almost destroyed. Stop being weeds. Maybe I should just give up on this particular square and let that be a trampoline square. Because the potion just kind of does that. Adapting to difficulty through sheer laziness. Because sometimes the easiest way to adapt is to don't. Boy, the weeds are really out in force today. And I'm having stick problems. Well, that's what I have infinite birch for. Unlimited birchwood. Still waiting on a diamond sprout. Still waiting on a bunch of other sprouts besides. No. Looks like top row is done except for diamond. Middle row was just recently harvested, so that's not ready in any sense. Third row being worked on. Fourth row might be ready. Well, I can still place crop stakes in more places. Our reclaimed cactus is cactusing. While we're being the weed police, this guy in here needs to go. Where is he? In the corner with the mushrooms. Convenient. You can't trample mushrooms. No weeds. Especially not in my good diamond plants that took me a while to get to. The really trying part of this is that I can't use bone meal to encourage the plants to grow faster. Because it's not growth stages that they use to spread into the adjacent field. It's some other mechanic. And I don't think I have a way to force that mechanic. So we are cursed to just walk around the plots until everything we're trying to spread spreads on its own by whatever mechanism it does so. For the diamond crop, at least, I'm beginning to be tempted to just pick up the one that's there and place them instead of crop stakes. Because this one's just becoming weeds all the time. If I give up on it, I can analyze it and then see if another one will sprout up in its exact space. Which would be less efficient, but it would at least be something. As opposed to wandering around this field waiting for the wormwood to grow, which is growing faster than the plants that have levels, including itself. Alright, I'm collecting the dark room crops, just so I have something to do other than watch the field. Three kinds of mushrooms and a magic root. Oh good, the Damalias finally sprouted, so I can collect them as well. Whoa. Turned my back for a second, and that's level 3 weeds already. There was nothing in that plot when I passed up. Oh, But something made me turn around and look again. I was about to devour my desert novas entirely. Alright, I have brown mushroom spores. And red mushroom spores. Leveled netherwort. And tarmo. Netherwort has improved. Red mushroom, 234, 245, 235. 2 points better than 1 point. 645, 655, 645. Brown mushroom, small improvement. Tarmo, 689, 7810, 789. 2 points over the 1 point, especially since the 2 points includes strength. Was I gone long enough for anything to be demolished? Certainly more weird threats have appeared. But nothing is in immediate danger of being destroyed. Why are these not becoming mycelium? They're supposed to. Brown mush. Red mush. Netherwort. Tarp. Turn the lights off. And those are good to go. Looks like everything that needed to sprout has correctly sprouted. Still waiting on this one. That's weeds again. Okay, so there are only a few in this row that I still need to watch. Every other row is fully sprouted. One allium, one wormwood. Everything else is good to go. Let's give our diamond plants a look. Nope. Right after we address that weed. And this weed, apparently. Agricraft is unforgiving. You can't turn your back for long, or you lose everything. 344, oh, 434, 445. 545, that's 3 points. And we have enough diamond nuggets now to make a whole nother diamond. Who could possibly argue with free diamonds? These last 2 plots are still being difficult. Let me look at my iron and gold while we wait on these things. 787, 887, 897, that's better. 757, 767, 867. Just this one left to sprout, and it's being a pain. Weed again. I guess the lapis and redstone then, while we wait on this to stop being weeds. Every time I turn around, it's weeds. So we have 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, 9, 9, 10. And then we have 9, 8, 10, 9, 9, 10, 10, 8, 10. 9, 9, or 10, 8. I'll take the 10. No. Because 9, 9, 10 has the potential to be perfect 10 in one generation, and 8 cannot. We've made that judgment call before. Finally, the allium has sprouted correctly. I think with that, I am all farmed out for the time being. These can be harvested and processed another time. What I really need to solve is the problem of our labor gulag crushing the laborers. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I think I had some success before with using slabs to make I don't know. There's got to be a way to prevent them from stepping onto that square where the block comes down. I think there is. I think there is. This is going to be so jank. Alright, so first of all, you are being temporarily relieved of duty. second. I need to cut the rednet cable so the pistons don't run. Excuse me. Thank you. Now that the pistons are silent, I can tear this space apart a bit. If I use fence posts in these spaces, our little friends should not be able to step into that space. And I will use slabs on the upper level here to ensure it. No, because that leaves a 1 block tall between half block and half block. So no slabs here. Full blocks. Alright, and you are back on duty. Now I just need to get more cobblestone down here and potentially more miners. There is still a potential world where we get an igneous extruder here to make infinite cobblestone. And that would just slowly overflow. That would just slowly flood the system. But if the system overflows, then we have a problem. So infinite cobblestone is off the table, but a stupid amount of cobblestone is fine. I'll just shove all that in there. It would also be a little bit funny if I replaced these item ducts with the glass version rather than the lead version so I could see the items flowing around. That's not so big a deal, but it would be neat. It would be neat. Let's see if we can find some more volunteers. Have they repopulated up here? Kind of. A little. You are going to be a new miner? We need you. You're the smith. You are also a smith. You are pointless. And I can get away with grabbing this guy too, maybe. If he would talk to me. Nah, we'll leave him. You live today. We're up to 2 diamond nuggets per plant. The Diamalia is progressing. Oh, I have the sticks on me. I gotta get a door here. And cut this so it's no more. Well, should we cut the whole place? Wrong cable. That pipe. That cobble. There. A little more open here. More comfortable and movable. Put the red net cable back up here. Right there. And let's see if our changes allow our labor force to live any longer. Which I'm not going to find out if I don't have any leads to tell them that they're enslaved. Tie them all up. And who gets a pick? You get a pick. And you get a pick. First come, first served. Wait a minute. Somebody did not get a pick. You can have a pick. And somehow our heavily damaged porter is again the porter. The good news is they don't seem to be suffocating themselves in the walls anymore. So I may have solved that problem. Good. Then we can make progress. Oh no. The second I turn my back, the transporter dies. Alright then, what do I do about this? I can't use hoppers, they'll mine them. Let me also put some other things in here. to see if that part works. Right, the lead should end up in here. Because it can't go here. It'll just take a while, because these item pipes are not fast. There it is. Perfect. So that works. I still need a way to collect items. That's a little on the nose. But does it do what I need it to? Is there a way to find out? That's a piece of cobalt. This is what it's all for. This little bit of dust here. We need this stuff in positively ridiculous amounts. Alright, let me get more birch wood. And maybe we try and make one of those obsidian pipes after all. See if they destroy it. Sucks up items, power with an engine. That's going to have to be the redstone engine, made from a piston and wood gears. And a redstone torch. And if this fails, it's not a big loss. I'm breaking all this up so the cobblestone stops popping out. We need the cobblestone to stay inside our collection. I have no problem gumming all this up with birch because I have infinite birch. There's my pipe. There's my engine. And that's my redstone torch that should be running the engine and just barely is. Does this work? It's looking like no. Though we'll know more when the engine warms up fully. It doesn't look like it's working. What about if I put the pipe there? Where the engine went in. Well, that's a little bit annoying. But I might be able to make this work with Buildcraft piping. There's the engine. Perfect. Stone pipes. So again, there's the engine. And the pipe comes back here. Okay, the vacuum is kind of working. I could use more of the pipes and more engines to try and make it faster. Iron pipes are going to be necessary too. But this could work. This could get our labor camp running. Need a selection of iron pipes. Iron Buildcraft pipes are minor routing pipes. And it means I'll need a Buildcraft wrench to configure them. Now let's get some more engines. This is such a crude way to do this. But hey, we're solving the puzzle in the most Rube Goldbergian way possible. And if it means not murdering our workers, this is how it's going to go. Wait, no. I just have to arrange these pipes correctly. Like that. And then we tap the pipes so they send the items in the correct direction. And unless I've gotten everything backwards, that should do it. Unfortunately, it's simply not working. Is it not working because I have the routing bad? No, the routing is correct. And when our other two engines are up to speed, including the one I forgot to power completely. Duh. Then we can have items flowing straight in here. Why is this one not working? It seems like the vacuum range is just not the best. Trying to solve a conundrum here. So it looks like the purple pipes can only vacuum items if they are the end point of a connection. Which means I can do 2 but not 3. Unless I can make something happen here. I think I've done it. By Jove, I think he's done it. Every pipe is iron, creating a single valid path. Now it would just be nice if the vacuum pipes worked. Because there is definitely some stuff down there that is not getting vacuumed. I might have to look up what an item collector is. It grabs items that touch it. Well, it doesn't help me. Does thermal expansion have anything useful? I think the problem with thermal expansion here is going to be that I'm on the wrong version. Yeah, the wiki is showing me the version with augments and upgrade kits, which don't exist yet. It would be really nice if I could just put hoppers in the ground here, but I'm pretty sure they'd mine them. So I may have to be content with this partial solution. Unless I can change their orientation. So the obsidian pipes still need to be in the same position as they were. But they need to all be pointing down. I really can't afford it to be dark in here. I like those corners. Is that enough? That seems to be enough. This one needs to flip. And I need to get a redstone torch on it. Along with the rest of these. This looks like it's working. Now I just need to get the pipes to go where I need them to. Which is again going to be a matter of routing. And it looks like the routing is all correct now. Alright. So our obsidian pipes are now pointed at the floor. And it looks like they are vacuuming up everything in a 3x3 zone. I think we've solved our issue. Now everything our kobolds mine gets drawn up into the system, put in here. Now I can add more miners and don't need any porters that will suffocate themselves. Because our hobgoblin friends don't seem interested in suffocating themselves to death inside the walls. So we have room for more miners, and we are collecting koboldite. We have 10 already. Alright. This may end up working after all. The last potential issue could be that the furnaces aren't fast enough, but we will cover that when we come to it. For now, my only concern is if I have enough miners. Oh no. How have you managed to suffocate yourselves this time? How? Who? You. How? It shouldn't be possible for you to step into that space. well, fine. I guess our gulag just has an attrition rate. I would like our men to not die, but apparently that's not up to me. The good news is, they're working. Can't exactly say they're working happily, but they're working. And there's room in there for more workers. Oh, the population's come up a bit. Who are our next volunteers? You sell chicken. Nope. You are a smith. You sell pickaxes. Nope. A lot of these guys are smiths. Except you. You are... Wait, you're buying pork for Koboldite? Excuse me. If all he wants for Koboldite dust is some pork chops, we will indulge him. Oh, I should lock this drawer. There. Now this is always a Koboldite dust drawer. Now, who was willing to sell Koboldite for food? Because I am very interested in what you have to offer me. You. Give me dust. In fact, give me more dust. I will take all the dust you will give me. That appears to be the amount. Nine dust and 5 gold nuggets for a Koboldite ore nugget. I have learned to do these trades one at a time, because they can randomly decide to go hostile, and you can lose the trades in their trade inventory when that happens. But we're up to 2 nuggets. This guy will trade 16 for 2, which is actually a savings. Consider it's 9 for 1 normally. 16 for 2 again. Then the meat guy. And another smith who I haven't spoken to yet. I guess this smith is our next volunteer. Enjoy the living conditions, guys. I'll be back to employ more of you later. Alright, I need 3 more pickaxes. And some splash healing potions might be appreciated. Yeah, let me get some brews of healing for our dying comrade down there. Assuming he survives long enough for it to matter. Healing should be a fairly simple recipe. I would guess level 2? Regeneration's level 2. Heal is level 2. So that's netherwort for capacity, glistering melon for effect. I'm looking for the... Okay, capacity, then modifiers. I would like no particles. Just because particles are known. Actually, this is an instant healing. There are no particles. I'll add glowstone for potency. And apart from that, it's just a matter of dispersal. We'll do gas. So wool of bat, extent, oh, wood ash maybe. Lingering is the big one. Belladonna lapis. Wood ash. Lapis. Belladonna. And this is a gas potion. Yes, gas potion of healing. Notice that this is called a linger modifier. Where have we heard that before? Or more accurately, where haven't we heard that yet? Vanilla Minecraft, stealing ideas from modders even this far back. Gas brews of healing. Delivering to the boys downstairs so they don't die of their own stupid. cobble is leaking out, apparently. We kind of expected that to a certain extent. Okay. Kobold. Leashed in place. Uh-oh. 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 My leads have disappeared into the system. And now they're completely gone. Bye. Well, then I am getting more leads from my reserve. That's... I mean, it's going to have to be enough, isn't it? Well, as long as you idiots are on break, stop dying. Now, somebody in here needs a pickaxe. And he will not accept a pickaxe until he's on leash. That's everybody deployed. Now you need to get leads on all of them. Including the ones trying to kill themselves. Stick them all in place. And if you would just accept your work tools, you could get on with this little matter. Nobody is a porter today. Including you. There. 5 workers. Wait, no, something's wrong. I still have a pickaxe. But everyone has a pickaxe. So where did this pickaxe come from? And why aren't you working? Because your lead fell off. Oh well. We have 4 active miners and 1 inactive miner who just needs to be strapped in place. Why do I have a spare pickaxe? Alright, let's tell the last guy about the... So I just clicked on him with the lead, and he instantly became a porter. Even though it didn't consume a lead from my inventory. So that's who the last pickaxe is for. We need to stop him from collecting blocks before he kills himself. Unfortunately, he's so crammed in with the rest of the group. I don't... No, stop dying at once, you fool. You, take the pickaxe. You in the corner, take the pickaxe. Nope, we're all going to die today. I can't save you if you're morons. Nope, he's just gonna stand in the block until he suffocates to death. Why? You. Take your pickaxe. Immediately. Finally. Now we have 5 miners. That should be enough of a mining force until these guys kill themselves. Which, let's face it, is going to happen sooner rather than later. I really don't know how they're managing to stand inside blocks. Could you stop? I only have so many of these potions. Get out of the crush area, you idiot! Nope. Nope. There was no saving him. He simply decided death was preferable to labor. You know, that's a sentiment I can kind of get behind. But at the same time, we did try to save him. There's another one. Already dead. Can't be saved. So, there's really not much we can do about the labor gulag, apparently. It has an attrition rate. Oh well. I guess we just let it run and feed new orphans to the grinder as slots open. We also need some boot enchantments. I've got protection, projectile, blast. I mean, fire protection should be on the horizon, probably. There. Boots of power. We got one new blue point that I can do something with. Still trying to get to appropriation. But that goes through a green. There's not really a whole lot else that's attractive just yet, although lightning damage has its own hidden power. cobblestone's popping up here somehow. That shouldn't be happening. And this all doesn't even drain our battery, even a little. Our next project might need to be bees. It's really about time I started doing something about all of this. So you know what? Let's visit the Dream Realm. We can bring some coal to sell. See. Oh, wait. Let me make another white ender pouch for myself on the other side. Oh, I hear someone else suffocating down there. But as long as the pistons are running, the camp is running. When the sound of stone blocks being replaced stops, that's when we know they're all dead. Right, here we are in our little witchy establishment. With our inventory full of garbage. Oh, some of these might have sprouted while we were gone. That shouldn't happen. This zone isn't loaded. But I'm pretty sure I didn't place this one. No matter. That's not what we're about right now. Hey everybody, do this. And the coal and this brew. We also need to move some things. Like, at this rate, a lot of things. The combs. I'm gonna get my bee pack. Let's just get all my packs. That'll make this easier. Okay, with that all arranged, I'm taking these two. Don't need them here. The fluiduct, funnily enough, can stay. But all these ores, I'm taking home. Now, who was buying coal? You were. Convenient. I have coal. You are done buying coal. Is there any way I could persuade you to keep buying coal? Not by buying a leather tunic, that's not happening. Alright, so my stock of coal goes in here for when you change your mind. Buying books and books. I think we dealt with that already. Nobody else is buying coal. You are selling the slime balls. Nope, didn't quite want that there. Back! That's what I get for having a block in my hand. So into the chest we place some things that we don't expect to need. I don't need the planks either, those can go back. But that's it. The house here is now set up. I can try forcing nightmares at some point and hunt them in that pool. I'm also ready to steal a bunch of bees. Just a positively silly amount of bees. Which we will do with our bee scoop. We are now able to fly around like an idiot looking for bees. All over the countryside. Beehives are apparently not where they were in previous... Oh, I still have this. That's supposed to go somewhere else. I'm also going to need this to make some new spells and send the spell book over to this dimension, so I can have a light spell. Because magic works here. It doesn't work perfectly, but it does work. We have two greenhouses, which are already beginning to go to weed. Is there anything worth saving here? Well, I could have taken red mushroom spores. That would have been useful. Unfortunately, we had to breed our own. But mostly, no. I'm not seeing anything we don't already have. Nope. There's nothing of value in there. Here it's probably much the same story. Though I'm really surprised I never collected red mushrooms from one of these places. They are apparently very common. And I had to crossbreed my own. Yeah, don't need anything here. They can just become weeds. Don't care. You know what else we can do? We can use our electric sword with the fortune on it to hunt pigs. And that'll give us more raw pork chops that we can use to sell to that hobgoblin for more dust. Exploitation in two worlds. Having a set of shears isn't such a bad idea either. Making all those block placers consumed a lot of string. And let's not forget the wispy, which I don't actually want to begin to stack here. The first stack should stay outside my pack, so I can plant it, and then if we go into the dream world with a nightmare state, then we can harvest some of the tormented twine and make dream catchers. For now, though, we're just having a nice idyllic time wandering the countryside. Hardly a care in the world. The minimap claims that there are creepers straight down, but they must be underground. Oh, more wispy. I'm not really here in the dream world to do anything super important. Was kind of hoping I'd be able to catch some more hobgoblins, since we saw them in here all the time when we were trying to find, I don't remember what else. But there always seemed to be hobgoblins constantly as we were exploring the dream world with the nightmare on our tails. Oh well. Right now it's not very important. The dream world has been tamed. And we are harvesting bees. I think I can use bees to even further accelerate my crop growth in the real world. That would be a very nice bonus in addition to what bees already do. So that gives me an incentive to actually get into bees. It'd be even better if I found some sinisters in the nether. But I'm not sure how to easily track and find nether bees. It doesn't help that their hives are red. Blend right into the rock. Normally, I would kind of trip over them accidentally while mining, but we haven't done any major drilling in the nether that would uncover sinister bees. Where's the way back? Kind of stuck in a mountain ravine here. Let me go home. Kind of stuck and lost for the moment. Also, I think I could use another ender chest in the little witch hut that I built, so we don't have to run all the way up. Basically, so I don't have to make a small walk to the village to collect my dropped off stuff. More bees. Don't mind if I do. There's also a little wispy, a little wool. That's a beehive way over there. I don't think I care, though. Too much effort to go all that way. Besides, I'm almost certain that wintry bees are the species I have the most of right now. I'd go for my broom, but we're too close to home for it to matter. It looks like something black is coming out of the pigs, and I don't see what it is before I pick it up. It has to be just some kind of visual glitch, because pigs don't drop any black items. Alright, so all of our backpacks go back. I pack more things in here, including the pig fat. Sword goes back in here where it belongs. This I can keep in my inventory, that will come with me when we wake up. And now I just have to go plant all this. Might be nice to make myself a second set of tools and things for this dimension. There. Time to wake back up, I think. Make sure I don't have anything I shouldn't. Alright, all is well. Snap back to reality. My good sword is still kind of on hold. I'm trying to Arthana skeletons. That's kind of also that whole endeavor is kind of put on hold for a bit. Copper ores, including Vintium ore, which we should just plain polarize. Foresters. Why is redstone in my Foresters pack? That doesn't make sense. That's not where that goes. Hunters. Pork and wool. And finally, more bees. I should recharge these up to top. Perfect. Alright, time for bees. How do we bees? Well, I have a couple of queens. Extant queens kind of take priority. How are those our only queens? Well, fine then. Other than that, we have a bunch of meadows bees. Some are ignoble, some are pristine. Very few are pristine compared to the ignoble. Our meadows drones here are unknown. These all stack together, so they must be pure. We've got modest, valiant, a lot of tropicals. Tropicals are important. One of my tropicals are pristine. Then we have some more modest, wintry, forest, more meadows. So many meadows princesses. It's almost like meadows is one of the most common breeds. What am I going to do with all these meadows bees? And only 6 apiaries. The answer is not much. You know who could benefit from our bees? The Minddrake patch. Maybe. Maybe not. I think our ore plants stand to gain more from bees. And then besides those, we'll just have, I don't know, a bunch more? Where? Does it really matter? They can just go wherever they'll fit. Put our partial queens in. Meadows and a drone. Meadows and a drone. Meadows and a drone. Meadows and a drone. And I'll put some frames in these just because I can. I want to make more apiaries. But more than that, I want to make an electric apiary. This could mean two things. One of them is a forestry device called the alveary. This is not something that's happening anytime soon because it's very expensive, made of extremely expensive materials, produced by bee breeds we don't even have access to yet. Alveary, not happening. The other option lies with Gendustry. Ignore all these. They're just the same thing with different metadata. Oop. You go on the next page. What we want is honestly all of this, and all of this is very expensive in terms of power. But I'm going to need to make a dedicated bee lab. Where we can do all kinds of bee-related experiments. And we also need power cables to run the industrial apiary itself, which is an electric beehive. How are our boys doing? We have 19 cobaldite dust. That's pretty good. They're doing work. How many of you are still alive? 1. With no visible lead, but he's still working. Well, I guess the one guy is going to have to be enough. At least for now. Cobaldite is, after all, cobaldite. Oh, that's all my gold. These 24 ingots are the rest of our gold, period. We needs gold. Especially if I'm going to be paying kobolds to refine my cobaldite further. Hey boys. Buying coal, interesting. This. Hey, give me those. Don't be rude. Yeah, sometimes they just decide that they aren't interested in trading anymore. I don't know what the trigger for that is, but it's a little frustrating. This meadows has already finished. This one has gone a little nuts. It's now a common. And we have forest and meadows, and this forest is probably impure. So who knows what's going on with him. Bees. Bees are a whole thing. A lot of nonsense goes into bees being useful. A lot of machinery, a lot of planning. Bees are not to be taken lightly, because the strength of bees is found across 3 mods, so it's not just Gendustry, which I need to get into, but I also need to delay getting into. It begins with forestry. We have all of our basic hives. I haven't found any marshy. I also haven't found any water hives, which might not be real. They might be modded. So we have sinister bees. Sinister bees are found in the nether, in sinister hives, which are red. But I don't see a red hive here. Do you? Anyway, what we're looking for here is first the carpenter. The carpenter is a forestry construction block that makes this, among other things. The Beealyzer is its most important product, at least for our purposes. An escritoire would be alright as well. Made with seed oil. More on that soon. Here we go. Bottler Carpenter. It's made with bronze, and glass, and a sturdy casing, which is also bronze. You may notice a theme. Forestry constructions are very, very heavy into bronze. I may in fact need more bronze. So let's get some copper processed, which we already have a bunch of copper processed, but what's the harm in more? I might get some gold out of it. We'll take tin, we'll take copper. Tin and copper make bronze. And bronze gets cooked. Not that. The bronze. You fool. Blaze powder, Vintium. So the carpenter is basically 2 glass and a bunch of bronze. Boom. The carpenter is a very strange crafting station. It requires power, and it also requires liquids. Kind of like this pain in the neck right here. The types of liquids you give it change the types of crafts available to it. And it really is frustrating enough that it's just not worth having. Like, in the past, I've had 1 carpenter for each necessary fluid type. And that's certainly one way to do things. But at the same time, I'd kind of prefer just to run a 1 carpenter and just deal with it. So here we go. Carpenter, powered, no water. No fluid, I should say, because it accepts seed oil, water, and honey. Can I use tank of water? Probably not. No machine has accepted a tank of water yet. So we need the Beealizer, which is tin, a diamond, and other stuff. And not enough glass panes. That was 2 redstone, 4 tin. Diamond, redstone, tin. We're just making a diagram up here, and then putting the materials in this lower chest slot. And it's ready to go. If it had 2 buckets of water. 1, 2. Now it's processing. There are ways to upgrade these machines, but they are honestly more frustrating than upgrading any other machine in the game. Once we have the Beealizer, our work is not yet done, because the machine by itself is worthless. We also need squeezers. I'll probably need either a bunch of these or one really upgraded one that, again, we don't have the technology to upgrade yet. That's another sturdy casing and tin. Maybe I should just grab a bunch of glass. Oh, we're out of glass. Well, I have so much sand. Let's just start glassing all the sand. Now, as I was saying, a squeezer is made from tin. And of course the bronze case, the sturdy bronze casing that most forestry machines are made with. The squeezer was the wrong machine, which I am only just now realizing. What I actually need is something more like a centrifuge. This centrifuge, the copper machine. But that's okay. The squeezer has its own uses later. Ignoring that minor gaffe, the purpose of the centrifuge is to take these bee cones and process them into useful products. That's what it do. So I'm going to put one up here and get it running on these basic cones. And maybe we should even have a second one. Because once you get really deep into bees, you will be up to your eyeballs in cones. And having 8 of these centrifuges won't be enough to process them all. This gets us beeswax and honey drops. Honey drops are the important thing, because the Beealizer runs on honey drops. What the Beealizer does is you stick a bee in this slot, and then it moves it down to this slot, And then you can manually move the bee to any of these slots, and it will give you data on the bee. It is your bee analyzer, hence the name. And the bee analyzer will tell you things about, for example, the common bee that we got. Be a good one to analyze. It is a bees have two genomes. Red traits are recessive, blue traits are dominant. So this is a common forest bee. It has all these active traits and passive traits in the back that it's a carrier of but does not exhibit. The first thing we want to do to get bees, to get to the point where we can really take off with bees, is isolate the common species trait. So instead of being a common forest bee, it's a common bee. This can be difficult, because if I breed the common forest with another bee that has one or two species, overriding the common is the most common outcome. Even if I have a common forest and another bee that has common as one of its traits and another species as one of its traits, it's possible to end up with a bee that has both species and not common, and maybe I could get common. It's a lot of very frustrating dice rolls to get the kind of bee that you want. Bees also have climate and temperature tolerance. They have specific biomes that they can be active in, whether they're day, night, whether they can fly in rain, or if rain prevents them from working, and if they can function without sight of the sky. Common bee can only produce honeycomb, and there are possible mutations just like our agricraft plants. And finally, this is just a thing. It is the genetic tree of the bee. And that is how you bee. The first step in beeing is working up a stock of bees. The second step of beeing is to leverage that stock into some useful crossbreeds. And the third and continuing step of beeing is just to continue the second step forever. Our snowy bees give us crystalline pollen and snowballs. The crystalline pollen doesn't do very much. These iodine capsules, I think, can control the rain briefly. They don't have many other applications. Now we have beeswax and pollen clusters. A bee-alyzer. Don't need any more snowballs. And our journey into apiculture has begun. I still need an electric hive and a bunch of genetics machines, which can draw off of the power of our massive tree farm above. Oh, and I have more power cables. Convenient. So the location of the lab doesn't necessarily have to be right in this room. Although, to be honest, it probably will end up being right in this room. Because where else am I going to run cables to from here? I do still want that second light spell. So I can take it to the dream world with me, rather than handing my whole spellbook back and forth. That would not be ideal. Also, I did not mean to harvest that plant, but here we are. Our man downstairs still sounds like he is diligently working. He's got us up to 6 Cobaldite dust from 4. So despite the fact that there's only one of them who apparently is interested in working and not getting himself crushed to death, he's still doing a good job. I really don't know why these guys kept walking into the wall and into the crush space, or even how they could with how we arranged those fences. But here we are with 1 live goblin and something like 11 dead ones. All the cobblestone they dig goes into the pipes. Well, as long as he keeps working, everything's fine. We need to get more Cobaldite nuggets. We need ultimately 4 ingots and 4 nuggets, and that gets us our pentacle. Once we have that much Cobaldite, this whole gulag can be retired. That's what we're working toward. Now I have a strategic glass reserve. 10 stacks. Pretty nice. Okay, so we've got the centrifuges running. They give me bees and things. Silky propolis. Propolis is... I don't know what it is. Let's be honest. But mostly, it can be used to glue letters, or you run it back through the centrifuge again to get regular propolis and some other product. Basic propolis... Well, you could make slime balls with it if you really want. Some kind of peat, which is it's a fuel. It's an engine fuel. Again, it's used in sealing letters shut. And I guess it turns into rubber for some reason. Oh well. And it goes into stained glass for some reason. That's about it. The beeswax thing is going to get rapidly out of hand. It can make torches. It can make these single-use fluid capsules, pipe sealant for liquid pipes, and candles. It also goes into scented paneling, which is an ingredient for the alveary. Pollen Cluster and the Royal Jelly are the real limiters for that. So for now, beeswax we're just not going to worry about. It's a thing. We'll get tons of it. Absolute tons that we don't know what to do with. Okay, what else do we need immediately from forestry? We have carpenter, centrifuges. Don't need any of the... We have a squeezer, which will be necessary at some later date. I'm pretty sure the thermionic here is gonna be needed. Thermionic Fabricator is a strange and annoying machine. Think of it as an electric glass blower. Also, it's made with gold. I don't really want to make that right now because our gold is very limited. The Thermionic Fabricator is used for making, among other things, these tubes. These tubes are used in upgrades. Lots of upgrades, including things like this one, which increases the efficiency of forestry machines and the speed of forestry machines. You also see all these upgrades for farms. There's a large farming structure that uses these to dictate what kind of farm it's going to be. But the important thing about these tubes, for my purposes anyway, is that this right here is a socket for a circuit board. And that allows for tube-based upgrades in the machine. Something we're going to want to work on, though, is the Gendistry stuff, which is going to be... it's going to be annoying. Let's just put it that way, it's going to be annoying. Why don't I put it back here? I can take this cable and turn it the other way. All I really have to do is cut the space. Then I can have all the space I want for my B-Lab, and not be cramped into trying to find a way to jam it in this corner. While I'm thinking about it, give me these. We'll move these too. What is this water doing here? Oh, I think it was for a crop field. Yeah, that used to moisten the mandrakes. No longer a thing. You know, I could just connect to this cable. It's all going to the same place, and I don't have to dig all the way back into that corner in the process. Okay, so let's get a power cable and stretch it along this floor. And this will be the B-Lab. I haven't made a B-Lab in such a long time. There. The generators will run for a little bit to fill up the battery, as these redstone conduits can hold power because they're weird. But that's it. We're ready for B. Which is gonna mean centrifuges. I don't know where to put these now. I've just started setting up an area and making it mean something, and I don't know what to do with my machines. Oh no, that shouldn't be connected to water. I don't think it cares. But all the same, let's try not to connect it to water if it doesn't need to be connected to water. That'll do. That's fine. I have room for 2 more. Alright, let's see if I can make these Gendustry machines, and when we're done with that, we'll close it down. Gendustry, because it is a genetics-based bee thing, there's a lot of machines that go into it, and some of them need to be placed in a very specific order. My question right now is, do I have what is necessary to make all the machines at once? Oh, my dirt's full. And it doesn't have a void upgrade on it. Well, that's a small problem, isn't it? Two obsidian, 6 sticks. There. Too much dirt, thing of the past. Get lost. Okay. So the first machine we need is this mutagen producer. It's got some components. It's got bronze casings, power modules are made with gold and pistons and bronze. There's a lot of bronze here. Just so much bronze. The Mutatron requires B receptacles, which are made with more bronze and more gold. I might not have the gold, honestly. We only have 2 blocks worth of gold here, and no other gold. Here's some gold. That might make something happen. I want my gold, ya dig. Okay, so gold, bronze, we had a ton of bronze. Iron, gonna need bronze gears like crazy. Glass was in there somewhere. I'm seeing pistons, redstone, so many pistons, because the power modules take 2 pistons each. We're also going to need the imprinter. This genetics processor is made with multiple diamonds. And what is this? I don't know how to make that, but I'm going to need one. I'm going to need 3. I'm going to need 5. 7. 9. That's a lot of these things that I don't know how to make. And it doesn't say how, I can click on it, but it doesn't say how to make it. Okay, so what we need here is an assembly table. And presumably some silly crafting lasers. This is a system I haven't used in a long time. Yep. Diamond gear, diamond, obsidian, diamond gear made from gold gear. We're in a little trouble. This is going to be a lot more expensive to get into than I thought. At least we're producing diamonds, and slowly producing gold besides. I don't want the buildcraft gear, I want the thermal. Give me the thermal gear. Yeah, gold and iron. And then we diamond plate it. Grab some redstone, we'll need that. Diamond, diamond gear, redstone. Assembly table. The assembly table by itself doesn't do a thing. It cannot be powered on its own. What I need to go with it is these lasers. One is fine, more would be faster. I'm gonna make 4. Do I need 4? Probably not. But we're making 4, so there. These lasers will need power. And they need to be arranged around the assembly table so they're close to it and have line of sight to it. I just don't know where I want to put all these things. And I probably shouldn't have made 4 of them. It was a weird number. I'm going to put you here. Why did I break that lock? I didn't need to break that lock. I'm just going to put the assembly table right there. What I do need to break is up here. And then cut a path to my power cabling. The shortest path to which is up another level and this way. I don't think 7 cables is enough to do this. Hang on, I can do this slightly better. Is that slightly better? I mean, it's not, but here we are. So I need at least 5 more power cables. We don't have the Electrum, presumably because we don't have the gold. Things are not going well for us materials-wise. Alright, 24 ducts, 48 redstone. It is 2 per, right? Yes. More of that. Still have 11 diamonds, which is not going to be enough for the full suite of machinery. How many of these did I say we needed? 9? The pulsating chipsets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I may be miscalculating my numbers here, but we'll see. Alright, power cables. Up there. Those are 4 lasers. They take power and they transmit it to the assembly table. That is just what they do. I believe the pulsating chipset is made like this. Oh, it's made in pairs. Oh, if I need 11, then what I need to do is make 12. And these lasers will just commence lasering. It takes 160 RF a tick. It is... the energy is energying. And it takes 400,000 to complete this craft. And at about 160 a tick, the lasers are just going... They're lasering. They're trying. They're trying to make it happen. Maybe I should make one more laser, just to speed this up a bit more. I mean, the obvious issue here is that I'm not going to need to use this machine all the time. I'm just using it to make these few components. So this is probably a waste of resources. I mean, this is 10 diamonds right here, all these lasers. I didn't even speed up the craft all that much. But I suppose here we are. Well, while that's constructing, what else do we need? Sturdy casings. Nine of them. That is all the bronze we have. Which is a huge pity, because we still need bronze gears like crazy. That's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 bronze gears. That is 2 stacks of bronze. Well, I'd better process pretty much all the copper and tin we have. Because the demand for bronze is here. Tin and copper, and copper, and copper. That's over 2 stacks of bronze. So there may be some hope yet of doing this. Oh, my chips are just being produced and popping off the press. That's stupid. Also, how did it craft 2 of these so quickly? Shouldn't have made 1 and then given up and gone back to start? I don't know. I don't know how this machine works. We're just kind of throwing things together and hoping they function the way they should. For certain definitions of should that we do not personally understand. Gears. Bronze gears by the ton. Where did all these nuggets come from? What just happened? I've never gotten nuggets back as a result of making gears. But okay, let's put all the nuggets back. And then they turn into iron. There's our next batch of chips. Seriously, what happened with the gear thing? 1 iron, bronze gear. I didn't get nuggets that time. Oh, it must have turned all the... I shift-clicked, so it must have turned everything into a nugget that wasn't making a gear at the moment. How very dumb. At least our power is still not a problem, even with everything we have going on right now. Okay. We also need a hopper, mutagen tank, which is glass panes and tin. That at least is not difficult. How many tanks? 1, 2. Just 2. No more chips have jumped off here yet. They're about to, though. There's my 2 mutagen tanks. There's the chips that popped off. Yeah, hopper and power modules. Power modules are another 4 bronze gears each. Yikes. And they are also made with 2 pistons each. So we are not out of the bronze woods yet. Fortunately, these chips are close to done, so that at least we can look forward to. So all I'm missing for this machine specifically is the 2 power modules, which is going to be 4 pistons and 4 gold. Next set of chips just popped off. And that was arranged something like this. There. Power modules. That's the power, the hopper, the casing, 2 bronze gears, 2 bronze, and the mutagen tank. First machine down. Mutatron requires one of these genetics processors, another power module, and 3 B receptacles. Let's make the power module first, since we know what that's about. I don't have the gold on me. We're waiting on the last batch of chips. Jeez, I have not even begun to machine. We're already out of that stock of 16 bronze gears we made. B receptacle. More bronze, glass pane, and weighted pressure plate light, which is 2 gold. Oh. And the assembly table is done. Well, that's good anyway. We can stop worrying about that nonsense. And start worrying about even more nonsense that we have to worry about. That's the pressure plates. The panes. And then it's just redstone. And of course the stupid amount of bronze. And I think now we still need this. Diamonds and nether quartz. 4 diamonds for each of these processors. I don't have that kind of diamonds. Also, where is all my nether quartz? It's up there. Alright, the chips, the diamonds, the quartz. Processor. This machine is then crafted with bronze, B slots, a casing, a tank, a processor, and a power module. Alright, we are now basically out of diamonds, but we have our first 2 machines. What good are they? Well, the mutagen producer takes in power and substances, glowstone, redstone, and that's it. And it produces mutagen. Redstone looks more efficient, it's not. Glowstone is twice as efficient. Mutagen then goes into the mutatron, and putting these adjacent like this, I believe, means I don't have to pipe anything, it just kind of goes in there. Let's grab a piece of glowstone and make sure. So this melts glowstone into liquid mutagen. And the liquid mutagen then makes a complete mockery of the amount of diamonds that we have, because we still need more. I'll show you why in a moment. Yes, empty, it went in here. What this does is it takes bees, or trees, and forces a mutation using labware. 16 to a diamond. That gets pricey. It can also sometimes cause genetic waste if the bees were not pristine, and there's a chance to do it even if they were pristine. But this saves me the trouble of trying to isolate, for example, common strain from 2 other bee strains. So I can take, for instance, one of our many Meadows drones, and one of our wintry drones. This is an ignoble, which means it might die in the process. A pristine wintry drone wintry princess would be better. So we put in the wintry princess, the Meadows drone, and this should make it possible to create a common bee. It takes mutagen, which we don't have enough. It takes a labware, which is pretty much guaranteed to consume the labware. Well, the good news, anyway, is that we can process some of this glowstone and maybe make 1 batch of labware and try and force the change. We're going to need to get those diamond plants bred up, because this is going to take a lot of diamonds. With enough mutagen and 1 labware, they instantly went in. And we get a common queen. What is most important about this common queen right here is that she is a pure common queen with no variation in her genetics. This is a perfect common bee that has no chance of becoming anything else. This bee absolutely must go in one of our hives here. So we can cultivate lots more of its type. These other bees we can just let be happen. This will give us more Meadows drones, which isn't super important, but I suppose it's good to have drones available. I'd also like to study these bees here. There gets to be a lot of bees. A lot of bees. We will be overflowing. We will be up to our ears in bees if I keep this up. Here are Forest Meadows. There was a chance for you to become a common, but you chose to instead hybridize. You are a pure forest. You are a pure forest, but different. How so? This one has, as a recessive gene, the ability to make extra drones when it dies. That's it. That is the only difference between them. One of them has an inactive gene that doesn't help. Also, what is with this unknown genome here? You are a Meadows Forest hybrid with the unhelpful inactive gene. Alright, guess who you're getting crossbred with? Your inverse. Maybe you can find some common ground. I don't need this queen in here. We're putting this in. Let's try and commonize them. Whatever this guy's got going on, I suspect it's a common. I suspect it's a Meadows. Might not be. I just need more apiaries so I can conduct more experiments at once. Another thing that's surprisingly helpful with bee projects is reducing their lifespan. The longer a bee lives, the more honey and combs it can produce, but the faster it dies, the sooner you can get to the part where, whoa, where's my power going? I guess this takes a lot of power. I mean, I always knew it was going to be very power hungry. I did not expect it would drink my battery that much faster than I can put power into it. Even with the upgrades these have. We're also losing charcoal stock in the dynamos, which surprises me probably more than anything else. So when this... Okay, well, this is stopped. It's now full. We are now no longer losing power. That's what was taking so much power. This thing apparently drinks power really fast when you try and have it consume glowstone. Well, alrighty then. What other machines can I try and make? We've got the mutagen producer and the mutatron. They are the big important ones. So let's go an advanced mutatron. And I don't remember what makes it advanced, but I know that I want it. Unlike the mutatron, there is an option to select which mutation will occur if there are multiple options, and it can work twice as fast. So, yeah, it seems that we want the advanced mutatron. Unfortunately, we don't have enough diamonds to make 2 more genetics processors. So that's off the table for now. What I'm also going to need right now is a sampler and an imprinter and a genetic transposer. There's some other important machines as well, but they're not as important right now. Unfortunately, the 3 machines I just named all require a total of 4 more of these between them, and I don't have that kind of diamonds. So it looks like that's all we're making for genetics machines right yet. Also, this assembly table we're basically done with, as far as I'm aware. So, yeah. Spent 10 diamonds on 5 lasers that we no longer need. And now it's going to take up space in the middle of my shop for all time. Nope, I'm not putting up with that. I'm taking the lasers down. That can stay as a marker of where this thing goes if I want to bring it back. But right now, I don't need this machine anymore, period. The rest of this bronze gets put away, the obsidian and the wood gets put away. I should do something with my inventory as a statement of intent for next time. But the intent for next time is to find more diamonds. Lots more diamonds. And gold, for that matter. We are so short on gold. How's our guy down here doing? Up to 18. He's working. Just the one dude has produced... I can't say more cobaldite than when we had 5 in there, but it's steady. He's still going. Having a great time all by himself. Alright, I know what our statement of intent is. More farming. Especially of the diamond crop. The iron nugget isn't so important. I mean, it is. Iron is huge. But we really need the golden diamond to come along. Redstodendron, it looks like, is close to being a perfect 10. Nice. Lapender as well. We're not going to retire them when that happens, we're just going to double down and focus so they grow better. These two, this is how I'm going to leave my inventory. This is my statement of intent. This is what we need to do to keep things moving along. Just spread these out so they can cross and expand and improve. But that's going to be the goal for next time. Increase our diamond and gold production, while our bees enjoy the ability to bee. And this mess over here, I think I have one more of these, right? Two more. That's the wrong brew. That one. And we switched off by accident. Hi. Could you not? Where'd you even come from? Go away. I am trying to play with my bomb flowers. Bash. Alright, good, it's working. The plot is full and I got 4 besides. I'll need to make more of those potions. The strategy is working. We now have a steady supply of mine drakes. Do I care about azure bluets? No. They only make a dye that I am maxed out on. Farewell. As well as these. These ones I'm keeping to remind me of what I need to do next time. Oh boy. We're running out of fuel. I am glad that I have a secondary battery up above. Don't we? Yep. The bonus buffer battery will keep the wood farm running, and we'll keep the wood and charcoal farm running, even if we lose all power downstairs. So there is no threat of running completely out of charcoal. Jeez, Rhododendron and Lepender are ready to go. That's what Growth 9 looks like. Growth 8 is still struggling. Maybe I could get some bees over here. Just jam a hive on each corner post. That'd be interesting. What does it take to make more regular apiaries? Impregnated casing, which is seed oil, which involves the carpenter and the squeezer. That's not something I'm messing with right now. No, right now, we are in a very good place to close things down. The last statement of intent I want is this. We need more of that. So this is our intent for next time. I will see you then. We will make more potions. And plants. And check on our miner downstairs. Until then.